Hey there. Hopefully you can hear me all right. Definitely not really set up the way I should be, but hopefully everything sounds and looks good. Yeah. For the record, if I miss anything on chat, I'm sorry. I reorganized my workspace, and my computer monitor is very far away from where my drawing desk is. So I gotta like turn 90 degrees to my left to see the chat. My day's been pretty good. How about yours? That's good. Yeah, so this is going to be quite the challenge for me. I know you're probably getting some echo. I actually have like my speakers going, so I don't have to wear headphones. But I know the mic is picking up the music as well. So, I don't know. I'm going to start my comic. That's good. That's actually that's great. So this challenge, inking this page, you know, it's kind of like a carryover from the video I did last night / this morning. I'm gonna try to do it without using a quill or anything at all, and I don't know how I'm gonna fare on that. I mean, just bang the microphone. Yeah, kind of makes me a little anxious to be doing this without a quill. I'm not warmed up at all, so that's this is just the start of my day. Very late start to the day. This is definitely a little outside my comfort zone. outside my comfort zone. But yeah, I guess you should probably do the panel borders. Oh, wow. Let's start with panel borders, shall we? Let me find a 0.8 micron real quick. Here we go. I found one. Hopefully it's not dried up. So when you're doing panel borders, I'm using a micron, so it's not really as important. But you want to start on one side and then work away from that side to avoid smudging. So you'll see, like, I started at the top and then moving down to the next line. My favorite tool for inking is hands down Hunt 102 nib. Well, any type of nib really. I use a Hunt 102. Like, if I can get a good Hunt 102 nib, I really like it. If I get a bad Hunt 102 nib, I absolutely hate it. And the reason why is I also really like brush. Unfortunately, I mean, I've had a lot of compliments from professionals on my brush work, but I'm not confident with it. And the reason why, when you're working over blue line, it doesn't matter. But when you're working over real pencils and you have to erase, bottled ink doesn't erase or lift off the page as much as like a micron or any type of pigment liner would. And then the shapes and kind of style of the line you get with a brush or a nib is very unique, and it's like you can do a lot of interesting effects on lines, like strokes, and without having to like draw it so much. That's one of the things I really like about brush. It's just the character of the line that you can get with it. But yeah, it's a combination between the character of the line and the fact that I can use bottled ink. I also think bottled ink looks better for original art. Here's the brush pen. I'm gonna be, I feel that I might be using quite a bit of brush pen today, because the challenge is I'm not allowed to use my Sable brushes. I'm not allowed to use my quills. feel that I might be using a lot of brush pens. And to be completely honest, I'm not a huge fan of brush pens. They're extremely convenient for traveling, but I definitely feel that it's harder. Hold on, I gotta turn this music down a little bit. I feel like I'm screaming. Yeah, brush pens are definitely convenient, but I feel like I have to fight them a little bit more, and it's harder to control the amount of ink. When you're doing certain techniques, you don't want a lot of ink on your brush, and then when you're filling in areas, you want more ink. That's why, like, my favorite brush pens are the Pentel ones. These ones. Because you get a little bit more control over. I mean, I have the Kuretake brush pens. This is the nylon one. This actually, I think, has a converter in it with ultra draw ink. Yeah. And I have a bunch of brush pens. I've experimented with them a lot, especially lately. This is the actual Sable Kuretake one. Honestly, I don't like it. It's like $40, and I like the nylon one better. I actually have two of those. I wanted to make sure it wasn't a fluke. And I have the Pentel one. Yeah, I tend to use like these style brush pens. I also have some watercolor, like what you would use to fill, put water in. I've filled it with ink. I have a couple of those. So, like these. These have an amazing tip, but depending on the ink you put in it, like the Ultra Draw ink that I really like, it comes out too freely. Like, I don't even squeeze it. It just flows out. The story for the comic I'm inking. Well, I'd have to read the script for it. It's already been published. So, this is just a sample page. This is Absolute Carnage, issue 1. Oh, well, happy belated birthday, and it's great that you got to buy a bunch of stuff at the art store. Getting new art supplies is always an exciting thing. I know, personally, I spend way too much money on supplies. Way more than I need to, but I like to test out art supplies, so. It's money I spend for the content of YouTube that I've really been neglecting YouTube lately. I've been drawing too much. And I've actually not been working on my desk. I've been working in another room watching TV. I got like a portable art board thing. It definitely does not help me with my posture, and I've noticed that it limits my range of motion because of my posture that I have to use when using that thing. But it's definitely nice to be able to sit and watch TV or lay in bed and draw and watch TV while working. Rather than being stuck in here. For some reason, this room, I reorganized it because it started to feel too much like a studio, like cubicle. Like if you worked at like a professional shop. And yeah, I don't need to feel like I'm working in a cubicle when I'm at home. From the first video I made. Well, I can tell you I'm definitely using a different microphone. The very first video I made was recorded on a phone. And I'm sure stuff has happened to me over the years. It's impacted my voice. I also can manipulate my voice quite a bit, so I don't know if I was doing a voice for the camera or not. Who knows? But like I said, it could also be the microphone that I'm using. Because I've actually changed microphones recently. I don't know why I'm using the particular microphone I'm using right now. This is actually a microphone that I picked up because I planned on doing some like drawing ASMR videos. And that's what this microphone is for. But it's the microphone I had on the stand. So it's the microphone I'm using.
To get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight.
You know, I definitely feel when I'm using microns that I'm fighting a certain level, even on good paper. Not necessarily bleeding, but I definitely feel that the line isn't as sharp as when I use a nib. Tim Sale's great. My favorite comic artist. It's a difficult one because I have so many. And then we also kind of have to define, am I talking pencilers or inkers? I'm a huge fan of Michael Turner. I'm also a very, very huge fan. She's probably on. She's probably my answer, but Sion. She is probably my favorite comic artist at the moment. But I'm a huge fan of Michael Turner. As far as inkers go, Joe Weems is really good. Richard Friend, who I actually have a semi-friendly relationship with. We talk quite a bit. But Scott Williams, obviously, is a huge influence on me. And Jonathan Glapian is an amazing inker, world class. His textures and line work is very unique. Another penciler I really like is Greg Capullo. But J. Scott Campbell is another artist I really like. I guess the theme there is message restricted. That's weird. Huh. I don't know what happened with the message restricted. But yeah, I guess that the theme there is basically artists that can draw females really well. I highly respect, and this is sacrilegious, what I'm about to say. I highly respect David Finch. He is an amazing artist. But there's something about the way he draws females that I don't know. Like, for comic books, it's fine. But, like, for pinups, I don't like the way he draws female form nearly as much as I like the way he draws male form. I feel that his style is a lot more similar to mine, where he uses a lot of angular shape, and it's like his default. And it, like, line of beauty, like kind of like the S-curve, is a little bit more out of his comfort zone than something a little bit more angular. Or it could just be his anatomy. You know what I think it is? It's just his anatomy on the female form and facial structure. I feel like it's not stylized in a way that just gels with me. I think is really what it is. I mean, if you look at like J. Scott Campbell, his style is so stylized that it's nowhere near photorealistic, but it looks good. Same with Michael Turner. his anatomy on the female form is so stylized. I guess that's just what I like. That's really weird what that message restricted thing is. I don't know. Whatever you said last after you asked the question, the chat restricted it. I don't know. I don't know why. Kind of strange. That's probably some settings thing I'm gonna have to play with. See if that should have actually been restricted. Yeah, I know my mic is quiet. I have it turned down that way it's not picking up the background music and causing too much of an echo. And it's kind of far away from me. So I should actually probably switch microphones, and it might help a little bit. But let me just turn up the mic a little bit. Give me a second. Alright, I don't know if that's any better or not. And I'm off. Whoa, I just slid across the ground. I'm also off. Like, this is the way the mic is actually supposed to be, but I'm off axis to it while I'm drawing. So it's definitely not ideal. I am not related to Jack Kirby. Jack Kirby's last name actually isn't even Kirby. That's his pen name, I guess you can call it. His artist name. Funny thing, it's my last name is a gift and a curse. Just the relation of the name alone. I should really be working under a different last name, to be honest with you. In this field, as an artist in general, it wouldn't matter. But in the field of comics, that last name Kirby is too iconic that it gives you a lot to live up to, I guess. But, I don't know. I feel like it wouldn't be fair to me if I couldn't really use my real last name because someone changed their name and became an amazing comic artist. Does the mic sound any better? 39 pages or 39 sheets of artboard is definitely enough to do an issue. So you should do it. Yeah, I think it's just sharing a last name with a famous artist is just one of those coincidences. It can immediately get you recognition because people are drawn to the name and it will make them curious. And that can be disappointing for some people because they're expecting, I'm sure when people see my name, they're expecting something reminiscent of Jack Kirby. And that's not what they're going to get. It's just not. It's not my style. Even though people have said that some of my line work is like some of the ways that I do my lines look similar. That's actually why they thought it might be related. But yeah, I think your approach is definitely the right one. Keep your last name and prove anybody that's a hater that own it. I am who I am, and yeah, so the majority of this page is going to be inked with a 0.1 micron. Which definitely poses a unique set of problems for me. Truth be told, I only use microns for 3 things. Typically. I will use microns for small rendering, especially on paper that might be giving me some problems. And then I use it to a lot of times to do detail on faces. And I use microns on hair. Hair is the #1 thing I use a micron for, believe it or not. Most people would expect me to use a brush for the hair, but I don't. If a character has black hair and there's highlights running through it, I'll use a brush for the interior of the hair. But for the outline, I almost always use a micron. Hey, you gotta plug your phone in. What I will say is what you're seeing happen right here is I'm throwing my lines past the panel border. That's perfectly fine. I should actually be rotating the page. The technique I'm doing there is I'm like tapering it from thin to thick. It's a very difficult technique to do, especially with a micron. I see I just messed that up, but it's fine. This type of stuff, oh my god, I hate it. Drawing zippers. Oh. What got me into inking comics? I actually mentioned this, I don't know if it was in a previous live stream or in one of my videos. Back in middle school and high school, I used to draw. And I had friends that would draw. But, for whatever reason, I've always been drawn to high contrast art. So I've always been drawn to stuff using a lot of ink. So very early on I started inking work, drawing with pen, doing a lot of pen and ink work. And I used to do a lot of very traditional pen and ink work with, you know, standard hatching and stippling and stuff like that. And so back in middle school and high school, I had friends that were working on a comic, but they couldn't ink very well. They were amazing artists, you know, they drew great, but their technique with pen wasn't that good. So they asked me if I would ink their work. And I didn't know at the time that was an actual thing. And then as years went on, I found myself drawing just to be able to play with ink. Like, basically, it didn't matter what I drew as long as it got me to the inking step, and I could ink. And then I found out that that's an actual job. So here we are. But that is what got me into inking comics. So, with this challenge, would it be cheating if I used brush pens or no? What do you guys think? I feel like it wouldn't be cheating if I used a brush pen, as long as I just don't use my actual brushes. I think we're gonna have to put this to a vote though. Am I allowed to use brush pen on this or no? Let's get the vote going. Until then, I'll keep using the micron. These fades are gonna be nightmarish to do with a micron. Alright, well, welcome back. So I am allowed to use the brush pen. Perfect. Because, yeah, these fades. So, this webcam kind of sucks. For whatever reason, I think it's probably COVID related. But, like, Logitech has been out of stock of webcams. Like, nowhere has any Logitech webcams. For the past few months. And I've been trying to get my hands on a Brio. And, yeah, that doesn't seem to be a possibility anytime in the near future. So, I'm honestly probably going to have to go with like a DSLR with a capture cable card thing and to get this picture quality better for streaming. But yeah, so I don't know if you can see it on here, but there's a fade that occurs here and here and here, and it's going to be nightmarish to do with a micron. What got me interested in inking? So I guess the backstory is I'm gonna retell it slightly different. So I have a weird obsession with ink. I've always enjoyed high contrast art. And so like black and white art and super high contrast stuff. So not necessarily even stuff using a lot of rendering, just like very graphic black and white art. And back in middle school and high school, I had some friends that we would all draw together. And they decided they were going to work on a comic book. Now, they were good artists. Some of them still are. Some of them I don't talk to anymore. But at the time, I was really interested in pen and ink, and I used to do a lot of pen and ink work and a lot of ink wash, and everybody else only drew with pencil. So they realized for their comic, in order for it to look like a comic, it needed to be inked. And they didn't have, like, when they went to ink it, it didn't come out the way that they had envisioned it. So they asked me, hey, could you ink our comic. I said, sure. I love drawing with ink. And then over the years, I found even on my own work, it really didn't matter what I like. I would literally just draw things just so I could get to the inking stage. It didn't matter what it was. And then I found out it's an actual job. See, the problem I have is I have real bad writer's block. I play guitar too, and I suffer from the same thing. Just my mind gets stuck on like creating. So there's times where I'll pencil when I finally am like, oh, I have this great idea. But again, it's more so I can get to the inking phase, because the look of ink on a board is something that I really enjoy. And I found that it was just more pleasurable for me to practice my technique on the technical side and ink other people's work. And there's a very special, inking other people is very different than inking yourself. There's a lot of interpretation that comes into play. And then professionally, you're gonna have to talk to the penciler, how much style that you'll be allowed to impart, like of your own style. But because I definitely have a style, and I'm definitely leaning more towards my personal style on this piece rather than the way I'd probably normally ink this. Because there's definitely a certain look that these pencils are by Ryan Stegman, and he definitely has a certain look inked, and I would probably be trying to stay more towards that. But yeah, there's a lot of interpretation. You can't just trace the lines. You know, when you're inking yourself, you know what the image is supposed to look like, so you can make changes and stuff like that. And like I said, you know what it's supposed to look like. Sometimes, like, you have to decipher a piece to figure out like what's supposed to be inked, especially if people use a lot of ghost lines. There's actually a couple of ghost lines on this page, which is something that Stegman doesn't do very often. But basically, you have to kind of make some decisions. You know, is this supposed to be inked? Or is this like a construction line, like a guideline? Or was it a mistake? Some artists like Jim Lee, they pencil tight but very rough. And like Jim Lee doesn't completely lay out line weights. So if you're just to like trace his lines, it's gonna look very flat. And in his pencils, his rendering is very rough. So you definitely have to go in and make it look good. It's there just to give you an idea of the form and the lighting than it is like, hey, this is how I want it to look. There are pencilers out there that are like, this is how I like Finch, for example. This is how I want it lit. This is how I want it rendered. And you have to stay very true to the style. Jim Lee, on the other hand, definitely gives you more freedom of interpretation. And I've been told that my style is stylistically and I guess technically similar to Jim Lee. So when I ink Jim Lee, it looks like Jim Lee inking himself, which I guess can be a good thing. Because I guess that means that I see the image similar to the way Jim Lee sees the image. And it could just be also that over years we've developed similar technique, like the way our hand moves, the way we hold a pen or pencil could be similar. That I don't know. I think it's just more along the lines of the way stylistically we see an image. It's probably similar. Jim Lee's a huge influence on me. Kind of just looking at the page, trying to figure out how I'm gonna approach it. Drawing is all about style, all right? So like if you have a certain way that you stylize your characters, like say the facial expressions, there's nothing wrong with that at all. And you know, I'm gonna take a break from inking just to address this real quick, because you actually bring up something that I think a lot of artists struggle with, which is critique of their style, and I think it's something that needs to be addressed in this video. Not necessarily this. I should probably do a video about it. Yeah, it doesn't matter. But I guess what I want to say is, if someone says, you know, it looks bad, that's an opinion, right? So what an artist, or not necessarily an artist, but what a person thinks looks bad, you could show it to another person and they could think it's the best thing stylistically. That style of art speaks to them, you know, like something that's realistically done, but the facial expressions and stuff are more exaggerated, more stylized. People could love that. And I can tell you right now, there would be people, or there are people that love that. That is a style of art. Now, I haven't seen your work, so I can't really comment on it. I mean, your anatomy and perspective and everything has to be good. Obviously, in order for you to stylize art, you have to be able to nail the fundamentals. But as long as all that's there, you know, fundamentally the art is correct. So your perspective is good, your anatomy is good. If it's stylized, no matter how you want to stylize it, is fine. And you know, you might draw. There's an artist, I can't remember his name, that he did a series on Superman where he was in Smallville, and Superman looked like this. He looked like this dopey farm boy. Or Clark Kent rather, and Superman, you know, even in Superman form and costume, he just looked like this dopey, like farm strong kind of dumb guy. Huge, muscular. Was it Tim Sale? It might be Tim Sale. You actually might be correct. That might be Tim Sale that did that series. That really might be Tim Sale. If you love Tim Sale, you have to correct me, but did he do like a Christmas themed or a winter themed Superman comic? Because if so, then it's definitely Tim Sale. I think you're right. I think that was Tim Sale that did that series. But yeah, so that is not the way Superman is typically drawn, I guess is what I'm saying. But he went and did his own thing, and actually that series became extremely popular. And it doesn't matter, in my opinion, it doesn't matter if you have 100,000 fans or 2 million fans. Obviously it matters to your bank account, but what I find to be more important is that you're drawing what you enjoy drawing in a way that you enjoy drawing it. And the people that like it like it. I find that if you try to draw things in a way that people expect it to be drawn, or in a way that it's anticipated to look, you know, if you cater to the masses with your art, I feel that the art lacks a certain energy and authenticity because you're kind of forcing it. Which is why in most things that I ink, I try to impart, and this is a controversial thing in inking. I try to impart my style to everything I ink, which is very controversial. There's a lot of pencilers that if you know, they'll spend a lot of time, say, penciling this page, and if I go through and start doing some crazy stuff with the lines, they may not like that. I mean, even though I'm fundamentally staying true to the perspective and the form and everything that they put down on the page, stylistically, I can end up changing a lot of the dynamic of the image that they had in their mind when they penciled it. Because the pencilers, when they create these pages, have an idea of what they want it to look like inked. You know, in their mind, they see the final image when they do this. And if you deviate too much from that final image, you're going to get fired from the book. And I think it's more important for me to find a penciler that likes my style so I can have the freedom that I enjoy Um, and then they know that what they're gonna get from me, you know, that they're gonna trust me to do my thing on top of their stuff, and they know it's gonna look good. That's what I like. So the point there is, you know, if you conform to what everybody expects, then you're a commercial artist at that point. You're just drawing for sales, which there's nothing wrong with that. But in my opinion, I think a lot of things, you know, Ted McFarlane, why did I say Ted? Wow. Tom McFarlane. Wow, I can't believe I did that. Or am I just blanking on his first name completely? Dude that made Spawn, come on, McFarlane. Wow. I can't ink and talk at the same time. Or think, for that matter. But if McFarlane or Jim Lee drew, you know, they actually got a lot of flack for drawing the characters the way they did at the time. You know, Marvel and DC were really stuck in the old 70s kind of way of you know, the old greats, you know, the Neil Adams and all them, the way they drew, the Jack Kirby's. And when McFarlane and Todd McFarlane, wow, right? But they just kind of stuck to their guns and drew the way that they wanted to draw it, and it ended up being immensely successful. But one of the bad things now is, in the industry, that's what people expect now, is that style that they kind of popularized back then, and it is what it is. Did you know that the first comic ever was that is French. History de Mr. Dubois? I did not know that. I'm sure my pronunciation was terrible with that, but it is what it is. Okay, there's something interesting going on with this artboard. It could just be that I haven't used 200 series artboard in a while. But the ink is not sitting on top of this board. I thought, you know, I mentioned before that like I was getting some minor bleeding with a micron, but even with the brush pen, the ink isn't sitting on top of the board quite the way I'd expect it to. Huh. ink's definitely not sitting on top of the board the way I'm used to. That's interesting. Now, when you say print out a comic, now, do you mean like after it's been colored and completed and turn it into a comic book? Or how do I... What do you mean? I think that's what you mean. If I'm wrong, let me know. Okay, yeah. So, no. You can. I wouldn't use just regular printer paper. I would spend a little bit of money on some decent, like, I'm trying to think of what weight would be good for a comic book. And you definitely, I mean, if you look at different publishers like IDW and Marvel and stuff like that, they all print their comics on different paper. Personally, and I would go with something that has kind of a gloss to it, with a little bit thicker stock. Maybe something around, I don't know, 32 to 50 pound paper. And I would make and I would have it, have a semi-glossy, so definitely like a premium type printer paper. And then you're gonna have to bind it. So personally, I would hire a company to print the books for me. I would not do it myself, because the binding process and all that, nah. I'm not gonna sit there and staple together and do all that. So I would hire a company to do the printing. But if you're, it sounds like you're younger, so that's probably not an option for you at this time. So yeah, I would kind of, for your first little thing, I would just get some semi-gloss, something between 32 and 50 pound paper, and print it out on that. The paper will probably run you, for 500 sheets, maybe, I don't know, 20 bucks. But it would look good, You just gotta make sure your printer settings, and there's, I gotta blow my nose, hold on. Allergies are kind of acting up today. Yeah, you're gonna have to make sure, like, your monitor calibration, like if you're doing computer coloring, your monitor calibration and everything's good. If you're gonna be traditionally coloring it, you're gonna have to make sure that when you scan it for reproduction, that, when it gets scanned in, you do all the color correcting and everything. And then when you go to print it, your printer profile again and your monitor calibration and everything's good. And then you're going to want to print it on, the highest quality you can. No, it's fine. these streams I do are more to answer questions while I draw. I just give them kind of clickbait titles just to draw people in, but my channel is geared towards helping aspiring comic artists through like art supply reviews and tips and tricks and stuff like that. So I would much rather do an entire stream where I answer questions than just sit and draw, personally. Because a lot more people are going to find it more interesting just to watch like a 10-minute edited thing of me inking than a 6-hour or something like this. You know, honestly, this page is... Oh, crap. I just dropped my drink. Hold on. So that was not fun. My drink. Actually, I got some of it on my artboard. Crap. Freaking hit my drink on the edge of my desk and knocked it out of my hand. Yeah, I knocked it out of my hand. Luckily, it went on the floor. I don't have carpeted floors or anything, so not a big deal. I cleaned it up real quick. But yeah, what I was saying was, yeah, I don't mind answering questions. This channel is geared more towards people getting into comics. So I'd much rather answer questions and help people through my streams and stuff like that than just sit and draw. I gotta move over a little bit. Oh, I'm moving over the wrong way. There we go. Yeah, comics are great. There's something about the visual storytelling that I've always liked. You know, I actually my style, my personal style is very manga influenced. Manga is what got me into comics for the most part. I mean, as a kid, you know, I grew up on Marvel and DC, but once I hit like middle school, high school, I was definitely more into manga at the time, and that's when my art developed the most. So that's where I think I took most of my influence from. A lot of my formal training in comic art is actually from Japanese artists. So a lot of my technique, the way I do things is more in line with the way it's done within the manga industry rather than the American comic industry. A good example would be brushwork. I'm trying to decipher based on these pencils. So in the manga world, I'll call it, brushes aren't a common inking tool for line work. It's all nib. Man, I feel like I interpreted that wrong. We'll go with that. That looks good. But where was I? Oh yeah, so in like the Japanese comic industry, brush inking isn't common. Yeah, they'll use brushes only for filling in black areas. So a lot of my expertise is in using nibs. It wasn't until about somewhere between 6 and 7 years ago when I started transitioning more into just American style comics that I was like, hey, you know what, I need to get my brush inking down and my brush rendering to be able to compete in the inking market with what's popular. My least favorite My least favorite comic book artist. Ooh, that's an interesting question, man. That you can make a lot of enemies with a question like that. I don't know. There's a lot of comic artists I don't like. and it's not that I dislike them for any particular reason other than their art doesn't resonate with me, or that I feel that there's certain fundamentals that are lacking from their art. A good example would be the artist that did the comic book. I forgot the actual name of the comic, but it's the comic that the TV show iZombie was based on. The art for that comic, in my opinion, is very underwhelming. Have I ever worked on a Hellblazer comic? I have not. I would love to work on Hellblazer. It's actually one of my favorite comics. In fact, hold on one second. While we're talking about Hellblazer, I actually have two of the collections. Now, obviously, this is the early stuff, circa Swamp Thing. You know, very typical for the time period. But then the art style does change. You know, you'll see. Again, still circa Swamp Thing art, and then bam, the art style changes. And it continues to do that throughout the course of the series. But yeah, no, I'm a big fan of Hellblazer. Alright, so this is what I was talking about here. The art style, I mean, it's very stylized, it's very simplistic. But the problem I have is can we say like it's dynamism? The dynamics of the poses and of the anatomy is not very good. Like the line of action and everything, like the way that the poses are set up are not very dynamic in a fluid and natural and graphic way. The simplistic colors and stuff like that, that's all stylistic. That doesn't bother me. It's more of the way the poses are set up and the anatomy that bothers me about this comic. Which I think is probably one of the most important things in art. It indeed was based on a comic. They changed a lot for the TV show. In the comic, she worked at a funeral home. In the TV show, she worked for the medical examiner. But yeah, it was based on a comic. It is, I would say, loosely based on a comic. There is a lot of differences. But like I said, the art style, you know, what's funny is the art style that they showcase in the TV show, I like so much better than the comic. And they tried. The funny thing is, in the TV show, the art style that they used is definitely an homage to the art style in the comic, but they did it better than the comic itself. It's just, I find that funny. But yeah, so that's probably one of the most disappointing titles or comics that really received mainstream recognition in a way that it had a TV show made about it. But for me, throughout the entire series, there's some fundamental issues, in my opinion, with the art, as far as the lines of action and the way the poses are set up and the anatomy. It's just, I don't know. It's kind of disappointing to me. I feel like with a little bit better fundamentals, mainly like the anatomy could stay the same. It's just the way the poses are set up. They're very stiff. Hellblazer: Speak of the Devil featuring Lucifer. I don't think it is a comic. I couldn't tell you. It would be a good comic. Now Lucifer, let's say like the character from the TV series, that is a Vertigo owned character. That is from what comic? I forgot the series that character came from. But Hellblazer is a Vertigo, DC Vertigo title as well. So they could definitely do that. That is within the realm of possibility. I would actually find it entertaining, the concept of John Constantine fighting off demons with Lucifer, because Lucifer is no longer in hell. That would be an interesting comic. I feel like the world that the Lucifer character set in, and the world that John Constantine, the Hellblazer universe, um, are a little contradicting, but I think there's a way that they can make it work, and I think it would be interesting. A good writer could definitely do something interesting with that. As far as American comics go, Hellblazer is one of my all-time favorites. I mean, there's other comics I really like artistically. Like I said, Michael Turner stuff, like Fathom, artistically is like some of the best looking stuff that is out there, in my opinion. But I feel like as a writer, Michael Turner wasn't the best writer. But I still enjoy it, if nothing else, for the art. That's like Lady Mechanica. It's sort of the same thing. The art is phenomenal, but the storytelling could be better. It's another comic I like artistically. I'm more drawn to the, like, there's two thought processes, in my opinion. You could either, if your storytelling is good enough, then the art doesn't matter as much. And if your art is phenomenal, your storytelling doesn't matter. You know? It's funny how that works. See, I don't think I've read issue 45. Lucifer was in the comic. I'll have to check out issue 45. I'm trying to remember now the character. See, when you're referring to Lucifer, I'm thinking of the character, you know, that was the TV show was based on, and I'm trying to remember what comic he was featured in, because he was actually more of a side character from another comic. I'm gonna have to Google it. Google time. Let's see. What series was that character taken from? Was it the Sandman? I think it was Sandman. I want to say it was Sandman. I'm not 100% certain, but I think it was Sandman. Not sure though. Man, I feel like it was though. Yeah. It was the Sandman. They did a spin-off series of Lucifer as well, but that would be an interesting concept. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get another drink. All right, I'm back. Yeah, so there's something. Where'd my brush pen go? Ah, it's underneath my phone. Yeah, so there's something really weird about the way the ink is sitting on top of this board. Huh. I'm not sure if it's just this particular board or if I just haven't worked on Strathmore 200 series in a while. I didn't notice it because I don't use microns so much. I thought it was just the microns. But I'm definitely noticing with the brush pen it's sitting on the board a little differently. Not in a bad way, it's just reacting a little bit different than I expect. Where does John Constantine live? It really depends on which part of the series you look at. If you go to his origin story, he's from England. If you're talking about like the time that he was in the whole punk rock scene, that was all in England. When he was committed to a mental hospital, that was in England. Like all of his origin story, pre Hellblazer, was in the United States. And then, if I recall correctly, it's been a while since I've read the Hellblazer series, but I don't think that it was set in any one particular location. I really couldn't tell you. I don't recall it being set in any one particular location. And especially then, like, when you start looking at, like, was it Justice League Dark and stuff like that? I have Faber-Castell brush pens. Like, I have, like, the big brush. I am not a fan of Faber-Castell brush pens. Or the micron brush pens, or I use Pentel Fude pens, or the Kuretake ones. So these are the Kuretake ones. You can get the Pentel and the Kuretake ones. I'm using the Japanese ones. So these are the Japanese. As you can see, they're actually, it's all Japanese. But you can get them in America. I don't know if the mic can pick up my voice. I'm in my art supply box looking for something. Oh, where did it go? So, like, even the refills I have are the Japanese ones. Ah, here we go. So, these are the same brush pen, as you can see. One's in English, one's in Japanese. This is marketed under the brand name Zig, and this is the actual Kuretake. So, but they're identical. Like if I take the I mean they're absolutely identical. So, and then like the Pentel version, I don't think they call them the Fude pen, but that's what I know them as, because when I was doing when I was originally introduced to these years ago, it was through Japanese artists. I've been using these before. I hate to sound snobby, but I've been using these brush pens and stuff like that long before American comic artists were using them. I've been using these art supplies for over, like these types of brush pens and stuff like that. I've been using them for well over 15 years. These things, especially like this Pentel one. These are what I've been using for a very, very long time. They are a staple. I mean, every manga artist uses these things. Almost, seems like. Super, super popular in Japan. Which is funny because I've been using these for such a long time that I've started switching over to traditional brushes while American comic artists are switching to these. I just find that ironic. Well, I haven't looked at the chat window in a second. Sorry, let me just finish filling in these black areas and take a look at it. The first inking tool I ever really used was a Staedtler pigment liner as well. I went from the Staedtler pigment liner to Koh-i-Noor Tech pens to nib. I actually have some Staedtler pigment liners. I don't use them though. The thing I like about the Staedtler pigment liners is they're very juicy, but they lay down a lot of ink. The thing I don't like about the Staedtler pigment liner is the ink is not very black. That's something, the blackness of the ink is something I'm very, very particular on. I actually have some Staedtler pigment liners somewhere on my desk. Ah, right here. Right there. Oh, just pulled on the mic cord. I use microns and Copic Multiliner SP. Also somewhere on my desk, buried in everything. I also use the Uniball Unipen. These are the refillable Copic Multiliner SPs. I use these as well. And then I also use the Unipen. The Unipen is probably, as far as disposable, is probably the best, but the thing is about these is the ink, while being slightly darker than the micron, and the tip feels a little bit better than the micron. The price just, the microns, they're just a better bargain. And the thing is, so I buy stuff like this. So big boxes, like, you know, 12 packs of the sizes that I use. And it's relatively inexpensive. I have a whole video on YouTube about fine liners and the different brands, and what I found is that the micron is like the best overall performing one. And people complain because, you know, they're cheap because they dry out so quick compared to other pigment liners, but I find that that's a small price to pay with how cheap they are and how dark the ink is, how well the ink flows. And like I mentioned in the video that I did last night, when they start to dry out is actually when you can get some of the best effects and line variation with the pigment liner. So so there's something to be said about that as well. In my opinion, I don't want a pigment liner that just produces that same weight line for too long. When it starts to dry out just the littlest amount is when I like it, because truth be told, if I want something that's going to reliably give me like the same consistent line and a very precise line weight, I'm going to use either a tech pen, like my Koh-i-Noors, or I'm going to use the Copic multi-liner SPs. You know, I have those because they're refillable, so as they start to dry out, I replace the ink cartridge, and that's what I use when I need like super precise lines, when I'm doing technical stuff. Otherwise, I want some line variation. I don't want perfect lines. So the micron actually achieves that really, really well. I find feathering with a micron, like doing rendering with a micron, a lot easier than some of the other brands. You know, like when the Copic starts to run low, I can get away with it as well. But I normally reserve the Copic multi-liners and the tech pens for doing technical stuff, where I use the microns for doing more organic stuff or feathering. I mean, I use brush and nib more than anything, but today is a challenge day where I'm not allowed to touch my Sable brushes or my nibs. Don't do it. Okay, so natural hair bristle brush pens. The only one that I know of is the Kuretake number 40. And that is this brush pen right here. Hold on. That's this one right here. This has a Sable tip on it. It's a good brush pen, don't get me wrong. A lot of people use these and love these. In my opinion, I think this is the number 20 or whatever with the nylon tip, performs better, in my opinion. The tip has more snap and stays finer on this one, whereas the natural hair one, it starts to split. And that all has to do with controlling, when you're dealing with natural hair, brushes, controlling the ink load on the brush is very important. And on a brush pen, you really don't have the ability to do that. This one works really, really well. In fact, yeah, that's my go-to brush pen. I mean, other than the one that you've been seeing me use, which is the medium Pentel, and this is actually, I refill these. I wash out the bristles and I refill them. A lead holder or a wooden pencil? Both, actually. I prefer, personally, a wooden pencil. Personally, I have a preference to a wooden pencil. I find lead holders more convenient because you don't have to sharpen them in the sense that you have to sharpen a pencil. But I do prefer wooden pencils. I have a bunch of lead holders that I use. Like I said, I'm old school. I started drawing with wooden pencils. And there's just a familiarity. There's something I like about wooden pencils. I'll show you what I use. I have lead holders. I don't. Oh, this is like so. This is actually one of my mechanical pencils. I don't know why it's in there. And one of my lead holders. I have a bunch of lead holders, but what I use is your typical Dixon Ticonderoga HB pencil. As you can see, Prismacolor Colirace light blue, and then the Mitsubishi Uni and High Uni, HB and 2B and B. I have some Tombow Mono as well. Yeah, these are what I use. I just have a big pack of like school supply when the back to school time comes, I buy them. The Dixon Ticonderoga. And then these are the uni pencils that I use. Right there. And then I have a pencil extender. My lead holders I use typically H and 2H lead in, and then the regular pencils I use HB and softer leads to 2B. I don't know very many pencilers that use 2B lead. I know, like, David Finch would tell me I'm insane for using 2B lead. He uses 2H, and I do like the exact opposite of what he does. All my sketching is done in 2H or H or HB, and then my final draft before I ink is done in B. And what I use the 2B for is choosing, because I do like a crazy thing. So what I do is I do like a 3-step process, or a 2 to 3 step process. I just use regular 11x17 printer paper for my roughs, my sketches, and I do it in 2H and HB. Or light blue pencil. So the construction lines, perspective grid, and all that's done in either like 2H or light blue. And then as I start to get into the details and the final line weights, I start to darken it up. So on my rough, the final lines are actually in 2B. And the reason is I want them super dark, because then I use a light box and I transfer that onto a new piece of paper where I tighten up the sketch using HB and B lead. And then I transfer that again to my final board. Or I'll scan it and print it blue line. But if I transfer it to my final board, typically I'm using HB or B lead. And the reason I do that is I don't like using... So this is where it gets interesting. If you use a soft lead, it's gonna smudge more than a hard lead will on the paper. So I don't use 2B. 2B smudges too much. But I don't like going harder than HB because I don't like to indent the paper. I want to be able to get a dark line without indenting the paper. And that's just my personal preference. A lot of pencilers will say that's crazy that I use that soft of a lead on when penciling, but I definitely don't use 2B on the final board because it just smudges way too much. Especially Japanese, like the Mitsubishi 2B, it's closer to a 4B. It's very dark. I use 2H for my rough sketches as well. Where in the world am I? Couldn't find my 01 micron. Really? That's pretty much all I ink with.
Can you dig it?
What do you normally see people ink with? Just out of curiosity. Zero 08 and 05. That's way too thick for me. I use 08s for the panel order. I'll use a 04 or a 05. The mystical 04. I'll use a 04 on covers because I'm dealing with, you know, thicker lines on a cover. But yeah, I never use anything larger than a 03 on an interior page. Yeah, I don't use... Now, a 01 Copic is even smaller. Let me find... Because I have a box of all my stuff. This is like my travel box. So I got like mechanical pencils and lead holders and stuff in here. This is all the travel stuff I use. I know my Copic multi-liner is in here. There it is, my 01. So the 01 Copic multi-liner is even thinner. It's got a very, very small point. And, you know, I'll use this for fine details. So typically on the face, the only time I'll use a 08 or a 05 on an interior page is if I'm filling in a black area that I don't want to use a brush on. Yeah, see that one of the key. Man, this brush pen keeps disappearing. One of the key things to my style is what I'm using, especially using microns. I definitely sculpt my lines. So you'll have to watch the video I just did on using microns. I use a thinner micron than you would expect, and I build the line up. I basically draw the line, and which is a weird term to use, but I look at the line as a as its own object to draw, rather than just making the line. Or say, you know, like this line, I have to put this line here. Like on the back, I kind of had some examples, but well, we'll talk about this for a second. Since I did touch on it in the video, and anybody who watches the replay of this, watch that video. It's a 30-minute video, but I'll give basically the rundown. You know, if I have a line, let me actually get a pencil. Be good. I just had a pencil. Where'd my pencil go? Really? Alright, let me grab one of the pencils out of my other case. I'm gonna sharpen my pencil. Hold on one second. Let me grab my pencil real quick. Sharpen it up. All right. So, when I have my line, like let's just say that there's a part of a forearm, right? So, you have a muscle group there. Going in towards the wrist. Into the hand, right? Muscle group here going into the elbow. Now, when I draw the line, I look at the line as like a, I don't want to say the individual line itself like a three-dimensional object, but that's the best way to describe it. So if you're to zoom in on the line, so like when I take the line like here, so like when we look at this line, I'm looking at the line weight. So like I actually look at the line like it as if it's hollow, right? Like that. I'm looking at the actual exterior shape of the line, and then I fill it in. So I kind of like scribble the line. And then I sculpt the line into the shape that I want it to be. That's kind of like what I was doing with these examples here. Is, you know, I want it thicker there, and let's just say an overall thicker line there, or going the opposite way, thick out to thin, and then thick out to thin again. So that's why I use a 0-1.
I see the light inside you, brighter than the skies. Hold on, just let us escape.
I sharpen my wooden pencils with just a knife, and then I use sandpaper sticks for the point. So I use like an X-Acto knife for the wooden part to expose about an inch and a quarter of the lead, and then I use sandpaper for the tip. I don't have to what? I'm confused.
We are forever learning, one step at a time. As long as the world is turning, I'll be by your side. We'll keep the fire burning, I'll never see you hurt. You know I can't explain it in a way of words. We both know that you'll understand, and you'll see if you take my hand, and I'll go out of my own way for you, for you. I'll go out of my own
What comment? Now I'm curious. Can I give you a shout out? Well, I mean, everybody sees the chat, but they see you in here. But shout out to Ethan. Thank you for keeping me company during this stream. The problem with my, I've said this in the past, I need to get on a schedule with YouTube. I really neglect YouTube, but I've been working a lot, and which is a good thing. You know, I work as an inker and as I have another job as well, which is my primary job, and it's hard to balance. I work with on my other job with another comic book artist. Which is just a small world coincidence. And we both suffer the same issue, which is trying to balance our artistic careers with our other career. But yeah, try in that balance. My YouTube career, which isn't a thing for me, has fallen by the wayside. So I mean, luckily, this sounds super terrible, but COVID-19 has actually been a blessing in disguise for me. In the sense that I'm getting a lot of preparation done in multiple aspects. For the comic conventions that I'm hoping are returning next year. I had some things in the works, like on a preliminary scale, that I had planned for this year, but I'm going to be able to do bigger things for next year, which I haven't announced yet. I made an announcement for this year where I was kind of partnering with Eon to kind of give artists opportunity to use some of the Eon products, and I'm not going to make an official announcement yet until some more things are discussed behind the scenes that I can't really talk about right now, but I have bigger things planned for next year. I actually plan on having a table or a booth set up for Florida SuperCon next year, and it's going to be a pretty interesting thing as an artist to be doing. So I have some details to discuss in regards to that, and once they're finalized, it'll be pretty cool. Would you consider using Strathmore or Canson Bristol? Well, I'm using Strathmore right now. I use two brands. I use three brands of Bristol or comic art board. I use Eon, I use Strathmore, and I use Canson. Now let me go into more detail about that. I use Canson because I have it and I want to get rid of it. I am not a fan of Canson Bristol. I will take Strathmore Bristol any day, all day, over Canson. Now, the funny thing about that is, Canson used to have a Bristol board that was actually really good in their artist series. It was called Illustration Bristol, and they discontinued it for whatever reason. I don't know. They discontinued it. Their Foundation Bristol is pretty good. I liked it. That stuff became extremely hard to find. And it was like equivalent to, in my opinion, like Strathmore 300 series. Now, their XL recycled, or I don't even know if it's recycled. I'll show you. I got a bunch of it. It is not recycled. This stuff. I do not like this Bristol at all. It's smooth, don't get me wrong. I think Strathmore's smooth is smoother. But what I've noticed about that Bristol is, for whatever reason, ink does not flow from a nib to that Bristol very well. I thought I was having issues with my ink and my pen when I first got it. And then I just grabbed a sheet of Strathmore and the ink was flowing beautifully. So there's something weird about that Bristol. Now I have a bunch of of this stuff too. Yeah, that was one of the older pads. I have a newer one. I got a newer one to see if they made any changes to the paper. They didn't, unfortunately. The Canson comic art boards have too much tooth to them. They're okay, but in my opinion, they have too much tooth. Would I make a comic out of your story? I don't make comics. I mean, I do make comics, but I don't. I'm just an inker. So, I'm the wrong person to ask. But the story is about a mysterious killer in a small town. He is called the Silencer because he kills silently. I mean, there's a lot to work with that story, or the premise of it. But I'm just an inker. I am a glorified tracer. I need a smaller ruler. I swear I have the hardest time using rulers. I don't know why. I've gotten so used to freehanding everything. Hey, there's no harm in asking at all. I can barely see the pencil on this part. And what is on my board right here? I'm having the hardest time seeing some of this. Realistically, there's some stuff I may have to use nib on, or else it's not going to come out good, or it's going to make things extremely difficult for me. So I may end up failing this challenge. So there's a trick. So basically there's rain in this scene, right? So there's rain streaks and raindrops and stuff like that in this scene, and one of the tricks, so this is a black background, and one of the tricks, so obviously there's gonna be black streaks in the white areas and then white streaks in the black areas. One of the tricks is to use a nib to do the streaks and then fill in the black areas with brush. Now what happens is the nib inked areas are much thicker than what the brush puts down, and it's also more opaque. So you can actually see, you may have to hold it at a certain angle, but you'll be able to see the black lines, you know, the streaks underneath the black from the brush. And then you can go back with white ink and then ink back over on top of it. So that way it has like a nice, it's the same line, you know, from where it crosses the black background into the white. So it's a little trick that I may have to use the nib to do that. Otherwise, what I'm gonna have to do is just kind of put the line in and then go back and hope I line everything up right. One-page comics. I used to do that in school all the time. I would do like little one-page stories, like kind of like newspaper style comic strips. No dialogue, only sound effects. Hey. If this story can come across without dialogue, that's actually something that I think would be interesting to practice storytelling wise as a penciler is if you can convey the story without dialogue, just through camera angles and sound effects and composition, then you've really mastered the art of storytelling. But if you have no idea what's going on in the scene, then I would say it's not a very successful venture to not use dialogue. You have to be, you have to be really good at composition and to pull that off. Which is actually a book that I'd recommend in regards to that, called was it Framed in Ink, I believe. Oh, it didn't. Okay, well then he's got to work on his composition and his no idea what was going on. Yeah, in that case, yeah, he's gotta work on his composition and stuff. See, like, let's take this page for example. Like, I could find the script. I have the script somewhere on my computer for this. 10 issues a day. That sounds rushed. I mean, drawing for the sake of drawing, the repetition's good for art, but I don't know. I mean, you're kids. There's nothing wrong with that. In my opinion. Does Constantine have sideburns? Define sideburns. Like, some people think of like sideburns like mutton chops, like coming all the way down the side of the face, in which case no, he doesn't. But he does have like does he have partial beard growth sideburns? I believe so. I'd actually have to check the comics. Hold on. I want to say yes because he's very not clean shaven. But I also believe it depends on what time period you look at him. So I went and got the first few issues of Hellblazer here. What's funny is that I seem to remember him having sideburns, but he doesn't. I mean, I guess he kinda does. It's hard to tell with the way this is drawn with the rendering. Gotta find him again. I mean, it in some, like, the way it's rendered, I kind of feel like he does. But I know when Jim Lee drew him... Nah, he doesn't. At least this early on, he doesn't. But I seem to remember him having sideburns to a certain extent. Oh, Elvis Presley sideburns? No. this is more along the lines of what he has. It's more of just like hair that's grown out a little bit around the ear, mixed with some stubble from the beard. It's more just beard stuff. It's not really drawn. I think in later issues, it's drawn in a little bit more defined. But you can see, like right here, it's kind of alluded to with this. It's actually more clean shaven there than what he is in later. Well, see there, he's not. Kind of alluded to right there. His appearance changes a lot from episode from issue to issue. You know, here he's stubbly. He just wasn't stubbly a couple episodes ago. I'm the worst person to comment on this because I used to do the same thing. I would make them in class and I was more secretive about it. I never got them taken away. But I don't recommend it. Paying attention in school is very important. I was not a good student. I will say that right off the bat. And I will say with that experience, I wish I had done better in school. Or taken school more seriously, I should say. To be fair, the classes I was in, I already knew all the info. I could literally, and this is what I used to do. I could either draw through the entire class or sleep through the entire class, not do any of my homework and still pass the test with an A. Because I already knew all the info, I was a smart kid, but my grades suffered because I took that approach. I was just kind of like, I already know this. This is a waste of my time. And I did not get good grades. I was like a C student at best. And it's not something I would, if I was to repeat everything, I would take my grades more seriously. So, to your friend, I would advise, it's tempting when you like something so much as drawing to kind of slack off and just draw throughout class, but I would say to him, don't do it. Pay attention, do your classwork, get good grades, do your homework, and then draw. If you can take any electives, take an art elective, get it out of your system throughout the day, but, pay attention. You definitely don't need to be getting in trouble in school for not paying attention in class. It's not going to do you any favors. I think I never did the whole university thing.
but in my opinion, life advice with Ryan Kirby. In my opinion, getting a college degree isn't overly important in today's day and age. Just because the job market is so saturated with people who have college degrees, that experience is more important. So I'd actually recommend people going into trade more than jobs that require, college education. I would say trade schooling is more important. But the university experience, I think, is something that's very vital to self-discovery and who you are as a person. That's why I would pay more attention. I would have done better in school, because I would have liked to have gone to a university and had that experience, rather than starting work at the age of 17 and trying to balance college with work and all that. 20 panels per page is an insane amount. I wouldn't do more than anywhere. I feel like the standard page panel count is somewhere. I mean, you could do as low as a splash page, so essentially one panel. But I would say between 4 and 6 panels, 4 and 7 panels. If it's a lot of dialogue, maybe 7 panels, but 4 to 6 panels is the average panels per page. You gotta think of what you're able to set up and show in each shot. Composition in art is extremely, 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 extremely important. It is the most important. Your storytelling, from an artistic perspective, your storytelling is all through composition. So how you set up the shot, how everything's laid out, the camera angle, that's how you tell a story through art. That's how you establish mood, tension. So you have to leave yourself enough room on the page per panel to be able to do that. don't know, with 20 panels per page, I don't see how you have enough room on the page to really get good composition in, personally, but alright, how do I want to do this fade? I think what I'm going to do with this fade, this will be interesting. Where's my other brush pen? Where's my other brush pen? Like, unless you're drawing on some really large friggin' paper. Yeah, I think storytelling wise, it's still too many panels. You can convey the same amount in less panels, which will carry the story, because pacing is another thing you need to keep in mind. And the more panels there are, the more it slows down pacing. So an action sequence should actually be faster paced than a dialogue sequence. So it should actually have less panels. Means it slows down the reader. The more panels you have, the more it slows down the reader, so it slows down the pacing. I absolutely hate doing these fades. Thank you. Yeah, most people are, you know, like when you talk about creator-owned comics, most people are the writer, the inker, the penciler, you know, all in one. I personally don't have the creativity.
To tie around my bed at night, I know I've lost the fight. To erase your face, my mind. Awake, I lie here staring up beyond the sky.
Now I'm going to do something very risky with this fade, which I'm going to add a third hatch. It's not something I typically recommend, but I'm going to do a deadline third hatch through here. I do not know if there's a Godfather comic. Okay, so this is where I'm going to run into a problem. This is where I'm going to fail my challenge. There's no way for me to do these rain streaks without using a nib. Time to fail the challenge.
Take what you want from me. I'll give you everything. All that and more you'll see. Just stay right here with me. Love is not fiction, but this time the story's about.
Time to fail the challenge.
Queen will pretend to be with paper crowns. With paper crowns. With paper crowns. With paper crowns. A king and a queen will pretend to be with paper crowns.
Gotta let that dry so I can go in and do the second layer of range streaks. So definitely failed my challenge, but I had to do it in order to all this area up here. I mean, even through these areas, I'm gonna have to cut it with white, and I need to be able to see the line through the areas that are filled with black from the brush. Literally all I'm doing right now is just waiting for the ink to dry. This is definitely outside of my comfort zone for sure. I guess while this is drying, I'm gonna fix some of my rendering. Fix up some of my line weights. I have a rather large comic collection, and it's of no particular thing. I collect a lot of manga, but I do have collections of American comics as well. But it's all over the place. I don't collect any one particular thing. Where in the world are my French curves? Found one. That will be good enough. Yeah, this will work. See what type of curve I want these range streaks to have. Then a little bit more straight. Now I think I'll go back and do a couple more straight lines. I have used tissue and various and sponge and paper towel, and I don't use chalk. I use China markers. I'll use China markers instead of dry brush sometimes.
What if I go stronger? What if I get higher? What if I start doing things I know I will regret? I will make my own way, I will not surrender. I will do my best until I get put under. What if I go stronger? 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 What if I go stronger?
first comic I ever inked. The first comic I ever inked, like I said, was back in middle school, early high school. I don't honestly remember the title of it. And that was an amateur deal. The first comic I ever inked professionally, I can't even talk about. I was not given credit for it. I had to fill in for another artist and do my best to imitate their style. I was paid by that artist because he had overcommitted to projects. He had done a few issues, and I had to fill in. Basically, he was falling behind on a deadline, and I had to catch up on a couple pages for him. And no one knows that he didn't actually ink those pages. I mean, you can tell, but it just looks like he was rushed. That is all I will say about it.
I need an angel to save me from myself, holding my savior to keep my heart upon a shelf.
Man, if I told you who penciled it, you could probably figure out what comic it was. It was on Dark Horse, that's all I'll say. I'm actually kind of on, like, not necessarily a non-disclosure agreement, but the terms of me inking it were that I wouldn't discuss the fact that I inked it. And it was a very stupid deal for me to take, to be honest with you. I should have been a dick and approached the publisher or the editor on the side and said that I could, you know, I should have taken the pages that I did and approached the editor and said, listen, I know you're behind. I know the inker's behind, and I'll do it because I didn't get any publishing credits on it, and it was like one of my only like real pro jobs, and that would have, in my opinion, I think that move, me being a ghost inker, stunted my career because my biggest project that I was involved in, I have no credit of being involved in. And it's probably hands down the biggest mistake of my career. But I was young and eager to be involved in a project, so I didn't care. But it's equivalent, in my opinion, that's the equivalent of inking a project for free, which is something you should never do, or taking too low of a page rate just to get your name out there. In my opinion, it's not worth it. Both of those things aren't worth it. Doing it just for the money isn't worth it, or doing it just to feel involved in a project isn't worth it, and doing it yeah, that's pretty much the same thing. Or doing it just to be involved in a project and have your name associated with it isn't worth it. Because if the project doesn't do well, then you're still not going to be known, and you didn't get paid that well, or what it's worth, you know, or what your talent's worth.
You've gotta know that this ain't living.
I was actually paid above page rate. Basically, I was paid what he was supposed to be paid, plus extra for doing it, and not mentioning that I was bailing the artist out because he overbooked. The inker was, I think it was, he was doing he committed to a series for Marvel, I think it was, or IDW. I don't remember which publisher. He had committed. He basically had committed to another title and had forgotten about it, and then the title came up, and he was already working on another title, so it kind of like came up in the middle of the project. How did I become a comic inker? Well, by inking. Basically, once I found out, this is going back. So that incident was 10 years ago, roughly. Was it 10 years ago? Was it? No, it was longer. It was about 11 or 12 years ago when that happened. 2008 or 2009. Prior to that, I had discovered that, you know, being a comic book inker was actually a thing, and basically I did what I'm doing now, which is just sample pages, getting copies of people's pencils and inking them, and just building a portfolio. And then sending it out there. You used to be able to, so it's a little bit different now. If you were to try to become an inker now, it's a little bit different. Back then, you actually, for example, Dark Horse, actually, I think they still do, but I don't know if the page is actually still up or if they still accept it this way. But you used to be able to send an 11 by 17 envelope, return address to yourself. And you used to be able to send it to like Dark Horse or Marvel or DC, and they would send you sample pages, and which is basically just like crappy Xeroxes of penciled pages, and you would ink them and then send them back, and if they liked your work, you got hired, and if they didn't, you just didn't ever hear anything back. Basically, they would sit in a pile on an editor's desk somewhere until they matched, you know, an editor matched you up with an inker or with the penciler, and the penciler liked your work, and then that's how it used to work. You used to actually have like submissions, but all the big publishers these days no longer take submissions, so you have to essentially get discovered through another media, basically by building relationships and getting like exposure from or to pencilers, getting them to see your work. That's the way you have to do it now. Which I took a long break from comic inking, and I now have to rebuild my portfolio, go through all the steps all over again, which is where I'm at now. Re-breaking in. Professionally. I mean, I've had opportunities for smaller projects, but I've passed on them. For various reasons. Either they couldn't afford the page rate that I was asking, or I just wasn't interested in the project. And the whole page rate thing, that's a controversial subject. Personally, I would say if you think you're worth a certain page rate, don't compromise on it, unless it's just a really project you're passionate about. But to put it in perspective, $100 per page is, in my opinion, on the low end. And if I sit down and I just ink a page, depending on the complexity of the page is going to take me anywhere from 6 to 10 hours. There's pages that may take me days to complete, depending on how much solid black there is, how much rendering, what's going on, the amount, how intricate is the background. So I'd say the average page is 10 hours. Also, just to make it easy math. So at $100 page rate, you're only making $10 an hour.
You said the same thing I told ya. My eyes are clear, there's no secret. I wanna know, was it serious? I need it clear, my best friend. Is it easy to show with the weight of the world on my shoulders? I know I told you.
Sean Gordon Murphy? I've seen some of his work. I haven't really formed an opinion on his art. I'd have to look at it again. I haven't seen his work in a while. I'm actually going to pull it up right now and give you a live opinion. I haven't seen his work in a while.
I keep my time in a pocket. I wanna find a new keeper. I like the way it's mysterious. I think I found my own way. Is it easy to show?
I know he worked on Hellblazer, didn't he? I'm most familiar. I know he worked on Hellblazer, but his Batman stuff I think I really like. I remember, yeah, I'm pulling up some of his stuff now, and Sean Gordon Murphy, there's his grittier style I really, really like. He does a lot of ink wash from what I've seen. But his really loose, gritty style is something I really, really enjoy. Gotcha. I haven't seen his punk. I believe it or not, Punk Rock Jesus is very. I mean, it's pretty popular. I've never read it, but I know his work from Hellblazer and Batman White Knight or something like that, and his Batman work I really like. How much do comic artists earn per comic? It depends on if you're. I mean, when you define artists, I mean the writers, pencilers, colorists, inkers, they all make a different rate. And I mean, the rate that Jim Lee makes is gonna be astronomically more than the rate another artist will make. So like, you know, your Greg Capullo, your Jim Lee's, they're gonna earn a premium. A penciler, so pencilers make the most per page. I don't know their exact page rates, to be honest with you, like the average page rate of a penciler. But they make more than inkers. And so I'll use an inker, for example. And it depends on the comic, really. If you're talking like a 20-page comic, like a monthly, if you're doing like a 20-page comic, you're probably looking at per issue as an inker. Let's see, 21 pages. You're probably looking at about somewhere in the realm of $3,000 to $5,000 per issue. So $3,000 to $5,000 per month on a monthly, which isn't a lot of money, to be honest with you. Obviously, the bigger you are, like Scott Williams makes more than that. Obviously, Jonathan Glapian makes more than that. Joe Weems makes more than that, but that's about what I make per issue. Like on a monthly. How do you make washed ink? So you add water to it when you do ink wash. So basically you treat the ink like watercolor. It's essentially all it is. Except for the difference between watercolor and an ink wash is okay, so you've done it a lot, yeah. It's just treating it as watercolor. The difference is, you know, depending on the type of ink you use. If you're using like a Sumi ink, it's water soluble and it's exactly the same as watercolor. If you use an India ink, then it's waterproof, so you can layer it. Which is what I do. I use India ink. So I'll actually use the same shade and layer it to get my gradient. So I'll lay a layer, let it dry, lay a layer, let it dry, until it gets to the darkness that I want. But these days, honestly, I do less ink wash, and I'll use Copic markers more. The problem with Copic markers, though, and that is original art done with Copic markers should not hold the same type of original art value as a page done with watercolor or ink wash, in my opinion. And the reason for that is art done with Copic markers are dye based, so essentially it's gonna fade over time. That's really the issue with Copic markers. Oh, not a problem. That's actually my most popular video. I'm actually going to redo it. Once I get my video recording set up exactly how I want it, I'm going to end up redoing that video. The funny thing about comic book guidelines is they aren't something that you really need unless you're working for a major publisher. The only guideline you really need, in my opinion, is the trim line, which it really depends on your formatting. If you're self-publishing, if your paper is at the same ratio that it's gonna print at, then the edge of your paper can be the trim line, which is perfectly fine. Otherwise, the only guideline you really need is the trim line, and then just draw the edge of the page for bleed. So unless you're working for a major publisher, that's the only time you really need guidelines. You just want to make sure that your pages are consistently lined up from page to page. For print. That's it. I used 400 series. For sample pages, I use 300 series. But there's a reason why. The 200 series, there's not much of a quality difference between the 200 series and the 300 series, in my opinion. But I print my own guidelines typically. Now I'm using 200 series right now. This was actually just a board that I did simply for the YouTube video that I posted last night. And I decided it would be a fun challenge to do live, because I haven't streamed for quite a long time. So, now there is an issue with the 200 series, which is why I don't use it. I'll show you what it is right now. So if you look at the guidelines on this board, you'll see, like if I was actually measure this, I'll grab my ruler. If you look at, so you have the bleed line here. The distance from the bleed line here to the edge of the page is different than the bleed line here to the edge of the page here. Meaning the page isn't centered, that the guidelines aren't centered on the page, which is a major issue. Now, if you're using it for your own comics, it's not an issue, because I can scan this in and then crop it to the trim line, and it's not a big deal. Then it's centered at the proper ratio. But if you send this to a publisher and they just do it and it's automated, everything's going to be offset. So that's a major issue for me. Luckily these days, most people do their own cropping, so you can still use it and get away with it using the 200 series. I know some pros that use the 200 series. So now the way I use the 200 series officially is I actually use the back of the board, because it doesn't have guidelines on it, and it's the same, you know, the surface is the same. So I'll flip it over and print my own guidelines and everything on the back. But that's stupid to do, because you can buy the unlined, if you're printing your own guidelines, the unlined 300 series, 11 by 17 is cheaper than the lined 11 by 17 200 series, which is all they offer in 200 series, is the line, the pre-line stuff. So I use 300 typically
for sample pages. And what makes 400 and 500 better? Well, the 500 is pure cotton, and the 400 is pure wood pulp. Neither are optically brightened. So if you actually look at 300 series versus 400 series or 500 series, you'll see the 300 series is much brighter. And that's because it's been it's been lightened through like a bleaching agent and then chemically neutralized to be, acid free. But it's not truly acid free in the sense that it's pH neutral, yes, but it's been chemically altered. Now the 400 and 500 series has not been chemically altered. It's naturally acid free. So they didn't have to neutralize a bleaching agent. Neutralizing a bleaching agent only ensures that it's acid free for a certain period of time, so you can still end up with the pages yellowing. Whereas the 400 and 500 series will not yellow over time, but they're not as bright. I should take that phone call, but let me finish. It was my father. Let me finish answering this question, and I'm gonna call him back. But the surface quality or the surface durability of the 400 and 500 series is better as well. But most importantly to me is that the 400 and 500 series are actually made from multiple plies of paper, where the 300 series is a single ply that's just thicker to be the thickness of a 2-ply Bristol board page, where the 400 and 500 series is actually 2 plies of Bristol board glued together. So it truly gives you a dual-sided drawing surface, which is not important to me. What is important to me is that they offer 3-ply. For me, 3-ply boards are a lot better to work with, as they're less likely to crinkle when erasing, and they're less likely to warp when doing pages that have a lot of black on them. If you have a page that is very heavy with black ink, it can end up warping, which is why I'll often, if I'm working on like 300 series board, you'll see me recommend people fill in blacks last, because you don't want the page warping and then making it harder to draw on because the page is warped or buckled, and then you have to you end up with like a bouncy surface because it's lifting up in the middle or lifting up in certain spots because it's absorbed the ink. So 300 combats that. Or I'm sorry, 3-ply combats that. So that is why I like. That's why the 500. I really don't. It's nice paper. It's It's just significantly more expensive than the 400, and I don't see it being, in my experience, that much better than the 400. So I use 400 series for published work, or Eon board. The thing about Eon board is it's super bright. I tend to use Eon board for certain things. I used to use them more when I was having issues with Strathmore paper, but Strathmore has been really good to me lately, so I've been using a lot of Strathmore. But
Eon board takes Copic marker much better than Strathmore does, in my opinion. So if I'm doing anything that I'm coloring, I'll use Eon board.
Tessa, sorry, I was like talking about paper and wasn't looking at the chat. Thanks for joining, and so you know what's funny is the in-depth reviews that I do is like it's a love or hate thing. There's a lot of people that hate the reviews because they're long-winded and way too in-depth, but then that's not who I'm making the reviews for. I'm making the reviews for the people who are curious enough to watch a 30-minute video about a brand of paper. So I'm glad that you love them. Yeah, I would agree. There's probably no one else that reviews paper like I do. And I only did it that way because when I was experimenting with paper, those type of reviews are what I wish existed, and they didn't. So that's kind of how my channel was born. You know, creating these weird, long, in-depth reviews that I wish existed on products that could potentially save me money from buying a product that just wasn't gonna work for me. But I ended up buying all of them anyway to test them. And I was like, you know what? Let me publish my findings. So I'm glad that people like them. I never, it's funny, I never expect my channel to really grow to the size of other artists' channels just because my channel's not geared towards everybody. It just is what it is. I'm never gonna make an income off of YouTube just simply because I'm never gonna have the viewer base. Not that many people are interested in how Strathmore 300 takes 30 different inks. You know, but ink and paper compatibility is so important. It is one of the most, if you're using brushes or nibs, it's like the most important thing, and nothing will kill your day more than incompatible ink and paper. I used to use a Japanese ink that would be found at, but now I have Speedball ink. Speedball ink is there's nothing wrong with it. I have so much Speedball ink. You have no idea. Like, I have bottles. I mean, big bottles of Speedball ink. I have more Speedball ink than I will ever use. I will never have to buy Speedball ink for the rest of my life. I would love it if they were even longer. I could listen to you talk about paper for hours. I used to work in an art supply store, and now I'm very fascinated with different new products. Well, you are a unique one. Even longer videos. Like, that's the #1 critique that I get from professional YouTubers. There's a few professional YouTubers that I talk to, and they're like, bro, you need to trim your videos down to 10 minutes. You need to stop doing product reviews and just do like edited, just like of you inking certain things that catches people's attention, and then, you know, you'll have recognition as, oh, it's that one dude that did those cool inking videos of, you know, he was inking this or that, and I love his YouTube.
it's not what I do. That's not what my channel is based around. Yeah, I'm an inker, but my videos are geared mainly towards helping other artists and having them avoid having to do the experimentation in products that I did. Like, here's an interesting fact. Acrylic ink is not compatible with a lot of waterproof inks because of the base solvent that's in acrylic ink dissolves waterproof ink. Yeah. So if you're using something like a Posca pen going over waterproof ink, you may end up with gray ink on your face. Found that one out the hard way. Yeah, I have insane. Hold on, I'll show you. So, I have a 16-ounce bottle of Speedball ink. I've had this for a few years, actually. And it's half full, a little bit, maybe a little bit more than half full. And I also have a 32-ounce brand new bottle of Speedball ink. Speedball ink is it's probably the best budget ink out there in my opinion. So if you can, this is my, I print my guidelines. All right. I will show you. I kind of went over this just a second ago, but I'm gonna go over it again because this is something that I've run into everywhere. All right. So buying pre-ruled, you have a few options. So I'm gonna pull them out. We're gonna defocus off inking for a second and talk about this because this is interesting. So I'm grabbing some pre-ruled paper real quick. Oh, no, it's okay. I didn't really answer your question, but I did point out an issue. So I have no problem going over this, and I was actually going to make a video about this anyway. So I'll hit it up on stream, and the people that miss the stream will watch it in the video. So here we have the two most popular pre-ruled papers out on the market, which is the Strathmore 200, which is the only Strathmore pre-rolled that you can buy, you know, cheaply. And then you have the Canson. They both have the same issue. It's worse on the Strathmore though. So what we'll do is I'm going to open up the Strathmore real quick. And I've used most of this pad, but you'll notice if you look at the distance between the bleed line, which is this line right here, and the edge of the paper here, compared to the bleed line, the edge of the paper on this side, there's a huge difference. Now, if you're inking
and you're printing out people's pencils onto this board, it's going to look absolutely terrible because it's not going to line up to the original dimensions because it's the entire guide it's not centered properly. Now, if you're just drawing your own comics, you can use these guidelines. It's fine. You just got to make sure that you you crop it afterwards. Now, this is the other thing I want to mention on this. It's like this on every page in here. And if you notice, trim is slightly cut off here. The word trim is slightly cut off. Now, if I flip this upside down, the word trim is fully visible. So not only is the guideline shifted over to one side, but it's not even square. It's actually canted this way. So when you scan this in, you're actually going to have to, when you go to crop it, actually going to have to like rotate it slightly for it to be in, like, so the guidelines are actually pretty irrelevant on this. Like if you draw to these guidelines, your entire picture is going to be skewed slightly. And then so you're going to have to, in Photoshop, re-rotate it and crop it. Like it's bad. So that's the Strathmore 200. So now let's look at Canson. And this is a new one. This is after they ditched the fanboy name. And they may have corrected the issue. Oh, this got water damage. That's a shame. This one's not as obvious, but I can see right off the bat that the centering marks on the page. Again, there's a difference in the distance. So the difference is, okay, so to the outer tack, you almost have a centimeter to the bleed line on that side. So the difference is about 3 millimeters. So this is offset about 3 millimeters. So it's 9 millimeters to the bleed line on one side. And 8 millimeters to the bleed line on the other, on the Canson. So it's offset by a millimeter, which isn't terribly bad on the Canson stuff. Sucks that this got water damage though. Whoops. Now this is a older batch of Canson artboard. As I bang my thing around, and you'll notice come on. All right, so you'll notice on the older batch, the offset is much more drastic. So between batches, it's not even consistent. So from, you actually have a full centimeter on the left side of the page and 6 millimeters on the right side between batches. So it's not consistent from batch to batch. So we're going to explore other options real quick for preprint and give you a full explanation. I used to stream like every weekend, but I've been super busy. So your other options for pre-line board, you have Eon board, which you'll notice let's see, it looks like 5, 6, 7 millimeters.
7 millimeters. So it's printed properly on here. The guidelines, and it's just a ruler guideline, which is the bleed, but it's centered correctly. Your other option is Blue Line Premier, which is, this is Strathmore board, but they've had the guidelines printed by Blue Line, which it's got some tape and stuff on there. But we'll take a look. We have 1 centimeter on the left side, 1 centimeter on the right side, all the way from top to bottom. It looks like, let me just make sure. 1 centimeter, 1 centimeter, yeah. So this is printed properly in square. The next option is buying from the Kubert School. And to our bleed line, we have about 5, 6, 7 centimeters. 7 centimeters. So this is printed correctly. Alright, so Blue Line, Eon, and the Kubert School have proper guidelines. Now here's the problem. For 20 sheets, this is $25. This is Strathmore 400, 2-ply. So it's more than $1 a page. Again, it's 400 series. But it's buying pre-printed like from Blue Line or Eon. As I drop my webcam. Basically, buying pre-printed boards that are printed correctly, so going from sources like Blue Line and Strathmore, or Blue Line and Eon and the Kubert School. The Kubert School is the cheapest price per page. But it's still more than $1 a page, right? So the alternative, if I can get my webcam to stay in place now. So you have a couple alternatives. What I do is 2 things. So you can buy the 300 and the 500 in packs like this, which are individual sheets, not a pad, 11 by 17, and they're not lined. Oh my god, I keep hitting my webcam. These are unlined. And you can buy it, and it's less than $1 a page for the 300 anyway. The other thing that I do is I buy large sheets like 24 by 30 or something like that of the 400 3-ply, and I cut it to size to 11 by 17. And it's also unlined. And then so if your printer can print the guidelines, making a template and then printing it on the page will result in the same consistency as the other brands, but for marginally cheaper. It's just the cost of the ink. So if you buy the high capacity cartridges of ink, I mean, if you're just printing guidelines on paper, you'll get a lot per cartridge. You're not using a lot of ink. So if your printer can handle it, and you have decent skills in Adobe Illustrator or Photoshop to make some guidelines, in my opinion, do that. Because it's much cheaper to buy the unlined paper and then print your guidelines than buying the pre-printed stuff.
So that's a really long answer to say print your own guidelines, but I wanted to show you why. Now, if you're doing inking, having that template, and this is what I do. So let me grab one of the pieces I've worked on. So, this is one of the pieces I was working on. Let me grab another one. Actually, let me just grab my portfolio real quick. Alright, so there you go. What I do is when I print my pencils, I set up the template and the pencils on the same file in Photoshop. I make sure everything's aligned. And then I make sure it's all aligned, and then I print that out. So it ensures that like any pencils I'm inking are aligned correctly to the template, and it gets printed out and looks professional. That's what I do. Would I ink your comic? $140 a page. That is my rate. And I will say, there's a reason for that. Bring the portfolio back out.
Give me a piece of the moon to remind me for sharing the moon. I'm staring up at the ceiling all alone, dear. You're
That is Absolute Carnage issue 1. It absolutely is. This is also Absolute Carnage issue 1. This page is from, this is page number, I didn't write it down on here, but this is page, let me see. I think this is page 6. I'd have to look at the script, but I think this is page 6 of Absolute Carnage 1. Oh, I thought you were referring to in the portfolio. Yeah, this page is from Absolute Carnage issue 1, and in my portfolio.
Give me a piece of the moon to remind me we're sharing the same.
This is page 1 from Absolute Carnage 1. That's what I thought was being referenced. Yeah, this is page 1 from Absolute Carnage 1. And Tessa, thank you for the Instagram follow. Thank you. What comic did I like to ink the most? That's a difficult question. I do not have an answer. Every comic has its own set of challenges, but anytime I get to ink over anything that Jim Lee's done is probably my favorite. I like inking over Finch. Inking over Finch is easy, but it's hard at the same time. Finch makes things extremely easy because of the amount of black ink, or shadow, I should say, that Finch puts in his images. It's very easy to get something that looks good. Just stick to his shadows. What separates good inkers from worse inkers, or good inkers from better inkers, I should say, is how you render over Finch. That's really what makes or breaks you on David Finch. On Jim Lee, it's a lot more difficult, but it's a lot more creative. So anytime that I get to work over anything that's done by Jim Lee, I have a lot. I think it's more challenging, but I have more fun doing it. I'm gonna have to get some water for this part. Alright, this is gonna get fun. I just dropped a ruler. But this is kind of what I was talking about before.
Yeah. Unknown brain.
This is gonna be...
I'm saying bye to all the lies and all the times you cried, saying that I wasn't right, yet I was right by your
tripping, cause I just chose to believe that somebody gon' come around and give me just what I need. I don't wanna see you finally, see you looking down and out. Coming to me crying, saying you miss having me around. Gave you chances and you blew it. You so easily influenced. All the times you told me beat it, now you gotta face the music. I'm saying
I know that I gotta stay away from all your games. Yeah, I know that I found somebody else to love me one day. You'll realize the grass ain't greener on the other side. No, you did me dirty for the last time, so now I gotta say goodbye. So now I gotta say goodbye.
This is what I was talking about before. Because I did the original lines with the nib, this is the only part of the challenge and I kind of have the cheat at. Because I did the original lines with the nib, when I use the brush over it, I can still see the nib lines. So I'm able to go back and pop those back out with the white.
Take to the sky, chasing the stars. All that we said, all that we are, waiting to fly. This is the start. Hide and seek, reason and rhyme, grand and glorious. Living the dream, yours and mine. You
I got the white highlights in for the rain. Honestly, a couple other areas I should throw those highlights, but it's gonna have to wait for now. Alright, where did my 005 go? So trick with eyes. Do them at the same time. So like nostril, one nostril, the other nostril. That, boom. Do the upper lid. Do the upper lid. Do the lower lid. Do the lower lid. Any other marks that might be there, do them together. And then do your pupil, and then do your pupil. That helps, and then, you know, do your eyebrows. It helps ensure that the eyes stay balanced. Almost done with panel 1. I want my other brush pen for this. Actually, you know what? I'm not even gonna use the other brush pen. Use those. I mean, I guess this is technically a brush pen, but it's not an actual brush. They call this a brush pen. This is more of a felt tip marker, in my opinion. I love these though. There we go. I'm gonna cheat. For my white ink, just gonna throw it in with a Posca. Just because I can. Do it real quick. Panel 1 completed. Absolute Carnage, page 6. where we're at.
Never love the feeling.
I mean, it took 4 hours to ink that. Normally that panel would probably only have taken me, I don't know, maybe an hour. Way too much talking. But I think I'm going to wrap up the stream now. Got a phone call I got to make and everything. For everybody that came by the stream and hung out with me, greatly appreciate it. So Ethan, Tessa, Beyond, thank you very much for keeping me company during this stream, and thank you for all your questions and your comments. Hopefully we'll get back into the habit, and by we I mean me, of streaming more often. But this was my experiment, doing a page, or at least a panel, without the use of brushes or nibs. I did have to use a nib for the rain, just because it's what the technique needed. It's the only way I know how to do that technique. Yeah, hopefully, it shows I was online for like 4.5 hours. I don't know. But thank you, everybody. Hopefully, I think next weekend I might be able to do another one. That's what I'm aiming for. So hopefully next week we can get another stream in. I might finish up this page. I might do something different. I really don't know. This was never. I had intended on inking this page, but not with just microns only and brush pens. I had intended on inking this page the way I would normally ink it. But again, thank you everybody for stopping by. If you're watching this on a replay, thanks for watching on the replay. Everybody have a grand evening and or day, or whatever time it is there. Take care, everyone.